Hold on, forgot something. Must put my hat over it so that it does not sound bad. Alright, let's go. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Last time we started up episode 2. Now we shall be continuing with that. Open up the game. Interesting things have happened since I played last. There was a Nintendo Direct while I was playing, apparently. Yes. And announced in it was a remake of Danganronpa 2, which also is going to have a secondary story that's just as big as the main story, which is interesting. They also seem to be redrawing the sprites, which seem interesting. Mikon looked a little weird. The rest of them looked okay. And again, that was just kind of a weird expression. Anyway. Hard to say until we see them more clearly, and also more sprites. Alright, Captain's Turnabout. Alright. March 28th, 3:02 p.m., Detention Center Visitors Room. You withheld information from me. Why? I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member, I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Oh, goodbye. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show, and me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent, not even you, Kay. I thought I'd made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client-scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! You get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears, oh my, no. I work with this little guy. I guess someone has to. Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders. Oh, that thing's a lot smaller than I had thought it was. I thought that thing was like, you know, large. This is a tiny little monkey. I don't like them. Not now, money, I'm trying to— oh, you little scamp. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster is the CEO, and I guess you'd call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here. I'd like to see somebody whip him in shape. I'm not some kind of creature offender. This line manager, she was working with you on the show. Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set? Yes, and that same evening I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard, I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think. Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? No, I could never ask you to ask her to schlep all that stuff around. What? That's a word. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through, and it must have been midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. And we performed till 10. So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. The Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? Never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even little Winner wouldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own. Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. So I just sort of snuck over and no one stopped me. But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family. For a while, I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him. No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in here. Oh, no, I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least, I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gravel's thinking. In any case, I think we need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today. Too. Somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry. Won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you were the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here.
Oh, what do we have here? Gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. Can't believe I'm saying it, but you reminded me of your old man for a moment there.
I did.
Look at Gregory. An attorney is a friend of the friendless. Simeon, me bucko. This guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. What?
Didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender.
That's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No, thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, bummer.
Odd thing to point out. I suppose it'll be relevant.
I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief's galleon for the dread Pirate K. Yar, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth.
Sure me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. No sea shanties on the way, please.
Look, the shutter's open.
That's the way out to the yard, I believe.
Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Someone's excited.
Alright, new area to look into. Nothing stands out so far. March 28th, 3:37 p.m., prison yard. Well, I guess there's those tarps again.
So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out! It's like the backdrop to some epic festival.
Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Button layout data updated. Map of the facility, okay. Just filling in the missing pieces. Alright, time to take a look around.
Okay. Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Cease and desist, you beast. Somebody out me. Stay, Isaiah, stay.
Who's this?
I think it's probably the girl from before.
Yeah.
What did I do her voice as?
Something high-pitched.
Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with your elephant nearly ate me. No way. She'd never do a thing like that. Isaiah doesn't even bite. At least not very often.
So she does have a taste for human flesh.
How'd you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right?
There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did? Oh, I'm so happy.
Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug?
Oh, God! Keep your trunk to yourself. Oh, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate.
A self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted.
Your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you.
Pleasures are all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace journey. So much for whipping me into shape.
Yes, she's perfect.
What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay?
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low while still be ninja-like. Where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we've got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here.
It would indeed appear that negotiations were broken down. Maybe next time, Kay.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed. We're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. First, I want to look around. We have a sign.
Hey!
What are you shouting at?
Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I wanted to see if they'd come and say hello.
I only see water striders.
Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that.
So much for the goldfish.
What is that, like? There's a fish boat in there. Danger, high voltage. I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Ah, yes. Warden the guard mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. Thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep the riffraff like us out.
Hello, elephant.
An Asian elephant named Isaiah, and one of the Berry Big Circus's many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans from what we've seen.
Well, most humans. You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
You're telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
How comforting. Okay. Basket. A wicker basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels.
Oh, it smells like animals.
Suppose they must have been using it to move things around.
Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs.
Where did any of that come from? Boxes? We don't care about boxes. Just the door. This door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try.
No, if we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key.
Spoil sport. That could have been my chance to shine.
You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me.
Can I get up on the stage? No, I'm not allowed.
This must be the stage for the show.
Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show?
I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. You're out here now.
Got a well?
A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys, too.
Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight?
Oh, come on! It's not like I was gonna take anything.
And that's not the point, you're disturbing the evidence. Exactly where they're being used for, I wonder. Can't look any closer. Chairs. These chairs must have been for the audience.
Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away.
Really? Why?
You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh?
Well, personally, I've told other people to do it, though.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it. Alright. What's up with you? Why are you out here?
Mr. Attorney, sir, and how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Solid. Oh, the heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see.
In order to be as annoying as possible.
I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage tear down and clean up. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. As I say, in this prison has seen me reborn. For I saw what you see before you as a changed man.
A changed man who now targets the recently deceased.
No, you misunderstand. It was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go.
As a thief.
Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's a straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner.
But the real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that.
I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent. Salt and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner?
Ah, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who would talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer.
The fixer?
Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you. But how does he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. He already has a secret way of getting things into the facility.
I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges.
Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique.
And what are these mud packs exactly?
They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals, works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals in here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually.
Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him.
Mud. Do you mean the tarp? It does look like it has, like, dirt on it. Look at this. Right, I wouldn't know anything about that. As I said, I have nothing to do with this incident.
I don't think that's quite true, is it?
Oh, but it is. What you see is what you get with me. No bluster, no lies, and no false pretenses. A model prisoner.
No false pretenses. A rug on his head would say otherwise, but maybe I'd better keep that to myself.
Okay, you don't care about that. Oh yeah, this had mud on it, didn't it? Forgot about it. That's the rubber glove I dropped.
Do you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
I think the stress of prison might be getting to him.
Interesting. Are we going to say that it wasn't actually the dog, it was something else covered in dark mud instead? That might be it. Anything else around that size though? Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, truly I am.
What's with you? If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss.
That's right. My dad founded the Berry Big Circus. But he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. That's not the voice. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Berry Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places.
You're getting on well. I'll leave him to it. Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. Not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy?
Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You?
No, silly, that would be Isaiah. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance.
Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit.
And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
So the elephant is the heroine. Suppose there's a first time for everything. And, who's the third wheel?
Oh, that would be the big old me who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Ooh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Atagarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey.
That's certainly lowered the stakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again, bro, the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Isaiah and Regent Silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Isaiah and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Oh, wow, it sure is.
So, Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if you couldn't perform with us anymore.
Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail.
You should have seen him moving those huge crates all around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do.
Weeping all the while.
He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permissions to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer who have gone into Workshop A.
Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney, or I'll counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look like it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
What exactly is he may not look it's supposed to mean? There you are. Oh, it's you, I see you over there.
There you are.
Regina Cupcake!
Oh, we're in the guard.
I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Okay, you're just here now. Well, while you're distracted, I'll look over this stuff. Okay, this is the same dialogue. What do you mean you can't look at it closer? What are you talking about? Do I have to talk to her first? Hi, we have questions. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful, an utter disgrace.
Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly?
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals, if anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It is nice having them around. Isn't it just? Now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation.
Except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets.
There's so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What, and your other model prisoners don't do that? Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say, he knows what's good for him.
What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals. The Berry Big Circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see.
She had better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Berry Big Circus?
But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her right up. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried.
It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine.
That's so nice of you. Hope everyone else who watched enjoyed it too.
About that, dear. I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. She must be Canis and saw it. We were 3 members short. Unbelievable. I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed, as far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Solid were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who was the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? Seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one?
Ooh. Yikes!
Oh.
Alligator! Oops. You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweet. Oh, she's so pretty. And what a cute name. Yes, Allie the alligator, isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy, these two were made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while.
Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our 3rd missing prisoner might be. March 28th, 4:02 p.m. Prison corridor.
Sir! Oh, sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Oh, I finally caught up with you.
Detective? You're not needed elsewhere.
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up?
We struck gold, sir. Well, blood, anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though, but at least it's something. Yeah, it proves the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir. Which is why I ordered some follow-up work. Asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victim's. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Gee, you don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor. The floor data updated assigns that blood was wiped from the floor of the victim's cell. Currently checking whose blood it is. Cool.
Alrighty, so that's proof the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Till the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along.
Secret weapons?
That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe.
Ace Detective Extraordinaire. I don't think you need 7 of them. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles? Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. Trusty old metal detector. It's made of steel, silver, scrap. This little guy right here will find it. Not sure how useful that'll be in this particular environment. So, it detects metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2. Missile, everybody's favorite crime-fighting canine. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. He shares a lot cuter than Mr. Canis's dog. Now for secret weapon number 3. Where did I put it? Ah! My one step short of school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me, is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir.
Tell me, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call them secret? I can't just go sharing everything at once. It's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the three you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? I want to try the fishing rod in the drain over there. Let's give that fishing rod a try. You got it, sir. The pond in the prison yard. You may find something helpful lurking in the depths. Yes, sir, leave it to me. Ha! Oh, he's just gonna do it himself. I'm not gonna take it somewhere. What's the matter, Detective? There's a crocodile. You're not gonna believe this, sir, but that got something big for a moment. It took off with the bait and my fishing line. There's a real whopper lurking in those waters. And to think of it, there's an alligator living in that pond. I probably shouldn't tell the detective that he nearly lost more than just a secret weapon. Looks like the fishing rod won't be much use, sir. Let's try something else. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir? I guess the dog. I feel like the metal detector is just going to detect everything. There's metal everywhere. You got it, sir. Hey, missile, here, boy.
Oh, he really came.
So, what are we tracking? We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison. So we give the pooch a sniff of the body,
And he'll find that route for us.
I mean, does anyone else smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, sir, but it's there, almost like cake, maybe? Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Missile, get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog. That's the way to... He's heading for maximum security.
Uh-oh, he's going in.
We'll just have to follow after him. March 28th, 4:24 p.m. Prison maximum security. Looks like Canis isn't in there right now. At least not anywhere visible. He does seem to have built a tiny hut. Perhaps he's inside. This is Canis' cell. Well, the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room?
Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh! Looks like maybe he is.
Ooh. Is there something here?
Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth.
We have some beads. Bell on your chisel.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others.
I'm no woodworker, but perhaps an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job.
An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry.
Is that your opinion as a thief?
Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief.
I walked into that one. Okay. Cookie. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis certainly clearly doesn't lack for comforts.
I can think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security and not maximum comfort. How come nobody else gets the special treatment?
Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself?
Yikes, no thanks.
And, I feel like Mr. Canis' chisels, everyone a potential murder weapon.
That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like someone took a chisel to your forehead.
I have no idea what you mean.
See, they're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it too. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Base.
Have you quite finished? It's not as though he can see his face. Just on its own, he'd need a mirror or something. Mr. Canis' chess set, complete with a special dog piece.
That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it may be worth something too.
It's not inconceivable. Some of them are. And this is quite a nice one.
I never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What with that whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going on? I thought he'd be more into Go.
Go, huh? Can you play?
I can play Go Fish.
Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close.
How does Go work?
I don't know anything about that one. I know there's like a whole anime based on playing a Hikaru no Go. I haven't checked that out at all though.
Barking dog. What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? Oh, calm down, boy. Stop that. No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate. You know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Don't do that. Not bad.
That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees though.
Gummy, I wanted some.
Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb.
So, anyway, it looks like it really was cake Missile's tracking.
Talk about a waste of time. Suppose we got our just desserts. The little guy's definitely capable, right?
Sure he is. That was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek boy. Oh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in there.
That's Mr. Crossareto's cell. Need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are you doing? Running around than a crazy person. Let me move these things off your spot. Thank you, officer. Question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerator, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you'd be so kind as to open his cell. Yes, sir! Okay. Got a space heater. Punching bag. Bloody hourglass. This punching bag, okay, has certainly seen some use.
What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer. No way.
No way, indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I guess that's not... Okay. A hole. Could this be...
Oh there, wait, Missile! I'm going in too.
Wait, stop!
Sir, I'll go get her. Oh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake.
That's definitely not the problem. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Let's look at the rest of the room. I was still looking at things. I wasn't expecting anything to be under the sandbag. Where are you? Hello? Hey, are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this. We're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. That seems like something you should have turned up in your search for the weapon. Surely, pick up and move the sandbag to check underneath of it is not a difficult ask. Where'd you even come out of? March 28th, 5:04 p.m., detention center, holding cell. Kay!
Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough.
Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Oh, it's under the bed.
Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up.
So that's how they did it. This is the sort of stuff you should find really quickly. Just like... just big hole in the floor and the wall and whatever, big enough for a person to fit through, is something you should find easily. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be? The scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all. Knight's body. Okay, sweet scent can be detected. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Kay, what was it like down there?
Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures.
Let's see what you captured. Look at that! What is that? Paw prints? Maybe. Spoons, a fork. Guess these were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints? Paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps. Tunnel prints data jotted down. Photo of the tunnel between the prison and the detention center. It seems to depict the paw prints of a dog. This is a vital piece of evidence. What'd they do with all that extra dirt? Like, surely they didn't compress it into the walls or something. That's not generally how that works. However, it begs something of a question. It does. Mr. Carcereto has certainly been making use of this tunnel. Which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcereto is immediately. My suspicions are correct. Huh? That's... The guards were alerted, and they began searching for Mr. Carcereto right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. March 28th, 5:34 p.m., detention center, corridor.
Well, have the police been notified?
Yes, ma'am. We just finished the liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility.
Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest.
It won't happen again, ma'am. Rather different Warden the Guard to the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? Really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. Seems he might have already left the building.
I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. I'm not suggesting he simply walked through it.
What's to say there's only the one tunnel, sweetie?
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, do you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
And you three can get back to your posts.
Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back for the lab. Thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell.
What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth?
They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's. Okay, cool. Confirmed as Knight's. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself.
Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure?
Do be careful around him, won't you?
He's as well connected on the outside as he's in here.
Suppose he would have to be. Also, the so-called fixer stay in business.
The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know.
So that's what that was all about.
He's still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence he borrowed from the precinct? No, I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report.
I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've called the secretive scoundrel to my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
I'm not sure a bunch of papers are gonna help a lot. I don't think he can see. I'm pretty sure he's blind. They said that. Prison warden conducting interrogation herself. That's irregular, to say the least.
Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole.
Be careful, darlings. You've been warned. Oh, wait. Here I thought things couldn't get any spicier. March 28th, 5:55 p.m. Prison, maximum security. Judge Gravel, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again, and yet here you are. I'm sorry that you thought I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I'm not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I'm here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered.
You have more business than me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth.
I do. I promised I would be back to prove you were the killer, and here I am.
This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact.
Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer.
Then why are you in here?
And that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to refute our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
Well, you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation.
Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line?
Mr. Edgeworth! Sir!
I accept your terms. I'm confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let's see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me.
Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel. How Knight wound up in the prison proper.
You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit.
Where'd you hear about that?
That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled into one of the prison's workshops. I'd figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found?
Oh yeah, I guess you would just see him showing up, since there was a camera. This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his,
Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. Is that before or after the attack, though?
Correct. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. Sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say? 10-14. Let me... Where? Oh, it's this. I can't look at it. Where's the timestamps?
Blind spot. Which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage?
There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape.
A prison break! That's so cool! Mr. Carcereto, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game.
Hey, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcereto's escape is no laughing matter.
It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon.
That wasn't a compliment.
I understand that the cage was briefly taken into one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood.
Judge Cavell's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it.
Alright.
This is... double checking. All looks well. Okay.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about this incident.
You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney with assault would have his sources.
Yes, I am of course.
What? You are wasting both of our time. Shall we continue?
Simply wish to confirm, okay.
He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys.
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys?
I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I'm sure he will confirm our suspicions.
I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her for further. Perhaps I should pressure further on her reasoning.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely.
He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere. Then waited for an opportune moment to present itself.
He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. That's where I'm gonna go. fact that they didn't find them?
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set. Knight's chess set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? Can't help but wonder about that.
What? But you're the one who proposed it.
Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion. So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard. He was part of the show also.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was part of that performance. How would he even have had time to commit the murder?
Overruled!
How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant.
Isn't that dangerous?
Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. You are saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window was only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell.
I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind.
Very well. Would you be so good as to present it?
What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? There's blood now.
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience. That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives.
Objection!
We put behind your back, don't worry about it. I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. Detective, How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police.
Oh, no, now Gummy's badge is on the line. Now Gummy's badge is on the line, too.
Forgive me, Detective. Didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless.
Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted.
I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. You're saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene. Uh-oh. What other tricks can you do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke. You would have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Elma. Yes, you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence, after all.
Saved by an assassin of all people.
Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although, the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then... I'm not listening!
I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. Your understanding is much appreciated.
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else.
Overruled.
Oh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners.
Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me?
Yours, Gavel.
Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer.
Overruled.
My position is the same as it was yesterday. Till you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it!
Thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center.
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison.
What? A secret passageway?
It was dug by one Mr. Rocco Carcerato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held.
Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time. How did you not find that during your search for, like, the weapon? Like, it wasn't hard to find.
Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled.
In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled. Mr. Edgeworth, you are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of investigation.
Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report.
His autopsy report?
When did we get that? How do you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless.
The killing blow, the shape of it, what sort of weapon could have made it?
The Goddess of Justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim the dog used a knife instead? But that's impossible! That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
But the tunnel, the paw prints. What of them? I want something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just wandered across this tunnel one day. Although, I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander so freely.
That would be quite a coincidence. But I can't prove it's not the case either.
She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? I wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that.
She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Autopsy report data jotted down. Interim report suggests that the cause of death was a stab wound to the neck, inflicted by a sharp blade. Death was instantaneous. Yep, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. Please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all. Well, I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the Goddess of Justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Alright, I got it. Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned. I did only as you instructed, Eustace. Thank you.
This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running.
The Goddess of Justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time.
What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated.
With healthy stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. There's something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
The Goddess of Justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept another offer of mercy. Boy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests really is starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first.
My father.
In fact, I swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there.
You said that you've changed since your days in Von Carver's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Thunder. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on, it's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon, of course. There were 5 chisels in Canis' cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished? Simply, I missed that. Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. What do you say? Be in your best interest to concede, I see. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let this... Oh, hold on. Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? It was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed, it was one of Mr. Canis' chisels. What?
Overruled.
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible, half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth.
I mean, it shouldn't be hard to just, like, go test them. They're right there.
You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog.
I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage.
Oh, yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants?
Next in question, the footage shows... Mr. Canis' dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man.
He didn't.
No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master.
Oh, I get it.
By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job.
And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it.
Correct. You, Bodhidharma Canis. You're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others.
Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
We've already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gabelle?
Yes, we even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You've just confirmed my theory.
I have? What exactly do you mean?
The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4.
Oh, yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5.
And the one that's missing is a small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel?
A pocket chisel? What use might I have for such a thing? I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell.
In which case, you shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis.
Seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us?
A man who can't leave a cell of his own volition Canis could have only hidden the chisel here. I mean, just still in here somewhere.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner, despite the comfort he enjoys. He's rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. You go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked, I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I'm certain that the murder weapon is here. And that the reason no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? He's not showing us out permanently, right?
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Nowhere on the harness for it. Why is its tail fluffy and the rest of it isn't? That's weird. I feel like that's not how dogs usually work. The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Giving up already. I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should. If you would give me a moment. This piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today.
Oh, yeah, unlike last time when... Mr. Canis, if you would be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth.
Oh, come on now. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time. Then order him again. This instant.
It's not like we're asking the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide?
If you insist. Come on, Helmut, open up. And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy enough for a dog to...
What?
Of this size to...
Chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog?
Thought he'd been strangely quiet. Because his brain has finally caught up.
Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent.
Okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel.
What?
Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah?
The forensics evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice to concede that this is most likely the case.
And my Canis inside the dog's mouth. Bell attached to it. It's pointed out for some reason.
Mr. Canis,
In light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one?
You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Elmut. How could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I just simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing.
Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well, the court will hear Mr. Cadis' testimony. If you'd be so kind.
Gladly. Hold on. Yeah.
Alright, didn't miss anything up there, right? Yeah. Alright, Cadis' defense.
Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. Given this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could be you're suggesting it was my canine companion who had the motive instead. Helmut only bares his fangs when I tell him to. I'm not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way.
An assassin who only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree.
My work required me to deal with strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake, that's not my style.
So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. Should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover.
It's definitely the chess thing. They were correspondence chess together.
Hold it!
I can't imagine why you'd want to kill someone over chess, so there might be other things happening.
I'm puzzled by this focus on motive. Aren't you an assassin?
Assassin or not, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't spill blood for nothing. Neither in a professional nor in a private capacity. It's just not how it's done, is it, boy? No, it's not. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever.
Hold it!
You didn't know who he was. It's quite unlike you, Mr. Canis.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps you had a harder time putting me in here than I realized, but I'm no master criminal.
That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You are the fixer, correct? I find it highly unlikely that a man in such a position would have no knowledge of a new detainee at all.
You have a rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connections, yes, but I'm not all-knowing. And I knew nothing of Mr. Knight. Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead?
Hold it!
You're an assassin. Since when have you needed a motive?
I don't know, an assassin has motive of money. Motive, baby. He is a strange man, isn't he, Elmont? Yes, he is. Is he a fool? A genius? So hard to say.
Objection!
Drop the act, Mr. Canis, and answer the question.
No, you will answer mine. Who am I, Mr. Edgeworth? I am the very same person you caught. An assassin, a murderer for hire. Were I one to kill without rhyme or reason, I would still be free to recite sutras in peace out there. It would
you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead.
Hold it!
Of course not, but your dog was trained to kill.
What is this man talking about, Elma?
Why would he say such an awful thing about you?
He's a silly man. Yes, that's what he is, yes.
And perhaps he killed the wrong person? That would explain the lack of motive.
Your precious police dogs attack people willy-nilly. Have some respect, Mr. Edgeworth. If you are going to accuse Helmut of something, please show us some evidence to back up your claims.
What if I had any?
Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to.
Hold it!
And you must have done so, didn't you? You ordered Knight's death.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you'll have to try harder than that. You've forgotten what I just said. I did not know Mr. Knight. I did not even know that name. If you are going to insist otherwise, then the least you can do is show us some sort of proof. He must show us some proof, must he, Helmut? Yes, he must.
Whether it was Canis or his dog that committed the killing, Knight wouldn't be dead if Canis himself hadn't wanted him to be. So my first order of business should be to prove that Canis and Knight knew each other.
Alright. And where's that at?
Objection!
Look at chess.
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board.
What?
The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end.
Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100,000. I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big?
A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you prefer to explain the coincidence.
Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible! We just proved that! Coincidence of a different kind, child. Never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes, yes.
Knight was playing correspondence chess against Canis. Did the two have some sort of connection?
Suppose there's nothing for it, but to finally tell the truth. Boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business. And in comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I got quite the shock. Not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body of the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me just as I had asked.
The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop.
Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something? That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Solid said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge...
That huge black dog. It sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish.
beast, that awful beast, he killed him.
I see. So what Mr. Salt actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then.
Precisely. Can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That's about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. Most I'm responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Or Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for a little longer, Mr. Canis. Ender.
No offense, Palio. I don't think you quite told us everything.
I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion.
Ollie, are you alright? I'm sneezing.
Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon.
The mute one isn't as dumb as I thought.
Please answer the question, Mr. Canis.
It's because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will.
Of course. There was something of a trademark of yours, were they not?
I don't get it. How does that even work?
Bodhidharma Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear.
You flatter me. Oh, it's been some years since you last saw one of them. You remember them well.
Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. Oh,
One of only two in existence. Just two.
Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved Helmut. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me.
Mr. Canis' bells data jotted down. Only two such bells exist. One is attached to Helmut the dog, the other to Canis' knife, which was seized by the police during his arrest.
When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. No, a chisel. An ordinary chisel.
It's certainly no assassin's blade.
Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect, and so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with the killing?
How could I? I told you the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints?
Eustace!
Me? But I don't know how to check for prints.
Get forensics!
Right, sure thing. We got 'em. Fingerprints, they're Mr. Knight's.
And Mr. Canis's?
No, just
Mr. Knight's?
Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off.
Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good.
Should I get them to check again? Now do you see?
I've never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth, that's all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. So, the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? I've got nothing to counter with. What could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be. I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find a solution in your current predicament and quickly, I will have a little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
You've done it now, sir. She's serious.
I hate to admit it, but fingerprints turned everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one.
Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for?
You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one.
Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards will let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Earth to Mr. Edgeworth! You can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we save Simeon in the end. We can't give up now, or ever. Yeah, what she said.
I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. Not tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or, rather like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones that can save him. Who can save him? So we can't rest. Not while he's howling on us. Not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. And that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another.
There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison.
Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here?
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Because of the security gates, right?
Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. You're telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel hidden inside his pocket chest set. That does answer one of our questions. and it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's.
Why would he have that elbow? Oh, I didn't read that. It's probably fine.
However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit?
Then, how do you explain his prints on prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real three-piper.
The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation.
Well, wait, sir, I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little B.
What's that? What sort of name is that, detective?
I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I'm telling the truth.
Well, like, who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try.
Alright, want me to talk you through how to use it, sir?
Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out.
Sure, let's go for it.
If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appreciated.
Yes, sir. So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye.
And I can examine things with Y, I see.
Next up, see the controls on the bottom of the screen. The panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. Used to those and you're golden, sir.
Seems I can also press RB to fast forward or LB to rewind footage. Press A to pause.
Okay. When the video's paused, you can go to the previous frame with LB or the next frame with RB. Or just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I'd better explain how to zoom in. Just line up the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at. Then use the panel in the bottom right and little V will do the rest. It's got those 2 expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir.
It would appear that I can zoom in by pressing X too.
By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff just like in regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. The only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that.
I see, and how do I zoom out again?
Just use the panel in the lower right again, sir. See how it's going from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? That's because you're zoomed in. And that about sums it up. Let's fire little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine.
The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage.
You never know what you're gonna see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure.
What in this footage seems odd? The figure is reflected in the mirror here too. Looks like a guard's uniform. Is that a hat?
Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Oh, jeez, is that what I think it is?
Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently?
Not that I've heard of.
So this may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light onto the matter of the hat.
Take that!
So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know, but we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed.
A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait, are we just talking about someone?
You were indeed someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. If the person in the footage isn't Knight, then the creature may not be a dog either.
You're right, sir. Let's zoom in and check.
What in this footage seems odd. Wait, that's... I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. The animal is... That's not a dog, it's a bear.
What? So the paw prints from the photo I took.
Were not canine, but ursine. Oh, let's see that. Shows paw prints made by a bear.
Bear? So could that mean...
Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We'd assumed that it was Knight in the security footage.
Well, it was his cell, so it's hardly a crazy theory.
Perhaps, now that we know about the hole under the bed, it is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is...
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Carcereto, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion.
But the bear in that video is all black.
Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is...
Take that!
Call, if you will, Mr. Frank Solid's testimony.
That's the rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. Thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment.
And that animal could have been...
Indeed, our polar bear.
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction.
The footage from the security cameras. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawat mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. Would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay?
If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 AM.
In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
New contradiction to the security footage introduced relative to when it was recorded.
Take that!
Mr. Sawat said he administered the treatment at around 9 AM, in which case the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 AM. On the day of the murder, prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Solid, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Manrocco Carcereto, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Solid before entering the tunnel. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Solid's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Solid would have then left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off.
Why would the timestamp be wrong?
Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined. Right away, please.
I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and... Seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power.
What?
They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off.
Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. Interesting. Actually, recorded around 9.
That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy.
Which may not necessarily have been a lie.
Darlings, there you all are! How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along?
Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden the Guard. The escapee, Mr. Carcereto, I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as a guard. Here's proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I am correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now.
Hey, Mr. Carcereto would have been wearing a bracelet, right?
Yes, bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors to detect the bracelet installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape.
Oh, well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells, and oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now. Look, it's Teddy. Hey, paws off! Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka.
Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions.
Gah. He has a very distinctive face. I don't feel like... whatever. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd...
What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcereto? Most envious.
Guards, apprehend this man!
A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course.
I can hardly say no now, can I?
Oh, come on, then. Hit me with your best shot. Mr. Carcereto's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible that he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered. Around the time of discovery. So it's you guys, huh? You want to found my secret getaway tunnel? You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. Then this little guy just had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud, too. Had to get back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody had an off night and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. What do I got to show for it now, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There's an outside chance that Mr. Prosecutor and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him.
Hold it!
The tunnel. Shut up! Who are you telling to hold it? The tunnel, you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. I had to come crawling to the fixer monk. Had to grovel and koto day after day. You're gonna give me back the hours, huh? The days, the months. I can't get a word in edgewise. You should have never stuck your noses in my tunnel. Never. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing?
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all your own work. Every inch. See somebody else in my cell while you were in there, huh? It's quite an effort, even for an athlete.
Yeah, now that I think of it, that is an insane amount of digging for one guy.
Yeah, well, you don't even know the half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice. Just nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules the con's gotta live by.
Huh. You know, the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar.
Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect.
I was just joking, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ain't no sticking joke to me. You punks owe me. Had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, a plan in place, so I went for it on the day you found the guy.
Hold it!
The uniform, was that from the fixer too? Uh-huh, sure was. I already had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope. Would've got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it till I got to the holding cell. Once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons. And the furball here jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on camera. See, I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the door should have been a piece of cake.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, anything seems easy after digging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison? Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I never been there before. He's familiar with the detention center, and he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cells are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Prosecutor would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. This little guy just had to come right after me.
Hold it!
When was it that you realized you were being pursued? Right when I'd gotten out of the tunnel. And when I thought I was home free. Ugh. You didn't notice anything before that? When you were in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah, he wasn't around. I made sure of it. You little guy would have been all over me like a rash if he had been. So close I could smell it. There he was, the little bumble.
Hey, don't you think you're being a little mean to your friend? Or Teddy?
Mean nothing. He rumbled me last time, now he's rumbled me again. Kid's all over me, what am I supposed to do? Coming after me yesterday was bad enough. floor was covered in mud, too. Had to go back to our cell.
Hold it!
You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy? What if I coulda? Well, that mud would have given us away. Chances to break out of the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Followed by the one who loves him most. It's almost tragic. There's an outside chance that Mr. Carcerato and Lieutenant Knight met face to face just before his murder. She'll listen carefully to each of his statements and look over the evidence we have. Ooh.
Objection!
You claimed that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that. Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerato, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no sticky key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. It was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. Perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously.
Yeah, the security footage shows when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you.
Which was during the circus performance, before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time, because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to a cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible.
Are you saying? Could he really have?
I believe he could, yes. The theft of keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerato. He is the one who attacked the guard. Not just the guard, Knight too, while to gain possession of the guard's keys.
It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this Knight guy.
Objection!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend.
Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? Is that your win yet? Nuh-uh. Might knock the guard out for the count and everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? It was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys.
What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped the blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it.
Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway?
If they checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never-getting blows. But that blood give up the whole game.
Ain't no way they don't figure there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they found a tunnel in a heartbeat. Baffling that they didn't find it while they were looking for the keys themselves, but whatever. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys. Right. Okay, bye. You knocked yourself out with psychic damage, I guess. I don't know what. KO'd by a lousy, stinking bum. Fine. You want keys? Here. Hope you choke on them. I'm not putting it on our mouths.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Carceredo here had the keys... Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that theory cannot possibly be true.
Hey! No!
Yes, this changes things up a bit, yeah? Now, the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel.
No, you gotta be freaking... Mr. Carceredo, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal.
You got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out and I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. I mean, nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It was not you, but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy. Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Carceredo and Mr. Canis might have been working together. Mr. Carceredo could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. There were no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carceredo. How could you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough. You got that right. You tried scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel by yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from here to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what somebody else already started. And what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out.
Oh, or maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something.
Heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay. Well, it's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, the smell. Yeah, it always smelled kinda nice down there. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. It smelled sort of like dessert, I guess. Sweet scent That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before?
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell while we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carceredo, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carceredo, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carceredo. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess to your role in this tragic incident. Gonna have to feed the dog soon. What? You ain't pinned this on me! I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carceredo may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole.
You gotta be kidding me!
Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carceredo had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement, exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means, in the form of the keys Mr. Carceredo had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carceredo himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carceredo's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists. My, still you deny it. So, we're agreeing that we still disagree. Mr. Knight had Mr. Carceredo unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper, just as planned. Aha! Then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and they did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. And what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell.
Uh-huh? Then how did it get down there?
There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there?
The well in the yard? Oh, yeah, that thing!
Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis' dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. While
that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon! Ah! Ah, indeed. And so you see, it must have also been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gavelle is truly a formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I'm sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. Busy.
Overruled.
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have. What? Mr. Carcerito was using the tunnel around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerito, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there?
No, place was clean.
If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerito would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory. And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that, for the moment, I do not. I suggest that we investigate the yard again. Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. Oh. What's that sound?
Yikes, is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too?
Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your post. Chop chop. As for you, Rocco Carcereto, it's time you went back to your room.
Fine, I get the picture. I don't think you should send him back in there. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here. There's still a hole in the ground.
Warden the guard, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow,
No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away.
I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guests went to Benny Buy's, isn't it? Yes, it is. Come on now, darling, don't make me bore you with all that I am the warden, this is an order nonsense.
Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day.
What are you waiting for, Kittykins? Off you go.
Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Cavell believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carcerato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will.
Yes, dog food. I'll do that once the scene is over. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Alright. Save progress, yes please. Okay, and with that, I will be right back. Just feed the dog, and also the cats. Get some more water. I'll be back shortly. Oops. Jeez.
turned. Pants are loose and rolling over to them with this chair. Alright. Turn the text back off. Returning to the game. Holly Paw. Alright. All looks well. March 29th, 10:12 a.m., prison yard. Looks like they cleaned up the stage. Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate! Judge Gravel's deduction yesterday. There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, we don't really need the keys with the missing uniform and stuff. Or even that. No, we do still have this, but it's more about the timestamp. Let's see here. Huh, there's a cover on it. A dried up well slap bang in the middle of prison? Figured to be locked. Well, luckily I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken, and from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gravel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Reno? Plausible or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went. An idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7-secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? That was the weirdest way to say those words. Whatever. I'm fairly certain Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it. So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide-and-go-seek? Fun idea, kiddo. Where exactly would we hide? It's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up. So what now? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon. Little Leaf. Whoa, screens appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Wanna talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain.
This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it.
How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday?
You're really bad at remembering specifics of names. Good idea. That was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage.
Wow.
We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something.
Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beep 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 boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening, when no other bird terror takes wing. One alone remains all seen. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. Yipes, what is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies.
Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now.
Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. You can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too.
But this particular recreation is based on case photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started?
Prison yard. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You could also present evidence to try and clear up any inconsistencies you find.
Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at that well. We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold a clue we need.
Open stake.
There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope laying on the ground.
Kinda reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug of war in school.
The answer is no, Kay.
What? I didn't even say anything! Yeah, it's a...
I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end.
Oh, yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent.
And there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? It's a metal weight of some kind. Looks like it weighs... Direction makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay?
Sure, it was 30 pounds.
Single 30-pound metal weight was found by the well. Interesting.
Why does everyone need such a heavy weight for anyway?
Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? Don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. You don't care about the tarp. Whatever. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint.
So, what do you think all that stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance.
Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. I'll have to ask Miss Berry later. Stage itself. Yes, this is where the circus show stage stood.
What? Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show?
Sure, the police would be very eager to attend. These chairs must have been used for the audience.
Wow, I'd pay whoever had to put them all away.
Really? Why?
You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh?
Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Could
on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it. This pond is home to Warden Lagarde's beloved alligator.
Look, those bones must be from her latest meal.
Somewhat doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that.
I think? I got the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually.
If you say so.
Well, I do. I kind of have a sixth sense for these things.
An interesting talent, and not one I'm particularly envious of. A great thief's great secret weapon. Color me intrigued, Miles, or you know. Not exactly buying the book stuff though, yeah? Using great thief doodads in an official investigation. Oh, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay, I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right? It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just sit bit and nod politely while you cats do your thing. Thank you. That will be very helpful. Elephant. What was the name of our trunk happy friend again?
Isaiah the Asian elephant.
Of course. How could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it?
Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth! Not in front of the poor elephant herself!
I suspect that's about all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Hey, you can power down Mr. Thief now.
Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality.
Expedition complete.
Sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could. Speak of the devil.
Detective. That was indeed impressively quick.
You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. It seemed like way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day.
It's very much appreciated. Alright, Detective. Let's get started with Missile.
Yes, sir. Hey, Missile. Over here, boy. Mad. What's the matter? Come on, boy. Come on.
What's wrong with him?
Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Eee! Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Can't exactly blame him.
Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Miles Reno? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand?
Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks?
I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. It's simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show.
Hi, like where this is going? You're thinking of using a little thief again, am I right?
If you'd be so kind.
Okay, I've plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Here you go. This is what the yard was like during the show.
The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well.
Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Which is why...
The area behind the stage is missing.
Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there.
No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal.
I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself.
Oh, no, it's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, Fender.
Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back whenever you want the recreation of them taking down the stage.
So we can examine the scene both during and after the show. And switch between the two at will. We can switch between recreations by using Y to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Prison yard. Cool. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show. And we know there were a few empty seats during the performance.
Think about this space, the way the seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid.
Entered a karaoke contest?
I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight.
Tell me you didn't actually sing that?
I sure did.
She did well to take second place. Or perhaps stole was more apt. Is it more that she failed to steal first place? And I'm overthinking this.
Dog.
No dog.
It's as bad as it looks, sir. Poor guy's scared out of his skin.
I'd hoped to have him track that scent again. That clearly isn't in the cards now.
You can speak with you separately from dog. Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face.
It is.
Missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I can have that too.
I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if we need either of them, Detective.
So, do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. They're both such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I've made a new friend only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest.
Cute? That full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond.
Are you sure about that? Kind of worrying you could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been in herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally super worried. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, super. Look me into this. It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time.
Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal us some data.
I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need.
Well, I'm more of an act first, think later gal.
Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I'd hate to have to order your arrest.
The story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage too. Oh, he was wonderful! The way he flew off that stage.
Oh yes, that scene.
This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance.
And you're saying that the crime took place during that time. Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry?
Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes.
Just as Judge Gavelle said.
Isn't it pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off a stage? Not at all. Ase is very gentle.
Not sure it changes much if she flees in gently or roughly.
Something is too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Isaiah, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing?
A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick?
Who, me? Oh, no, it was Simeon's big thing. I would know where to start.
Maybe use those pulleys and weights to, like, lift him up? Not sure if 30 pounds would work. That seems like not enough, but, you know, whatever.
Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I...
Please don't. It's electrified.
I wonder what's on the other side.
The warden's office, I believe.
I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets.
This facility would probably function better as a zoo than a prison. It's the pen that held Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Now empty, as the lady herself is on stage.
I wonder how they got her in here in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kind of risky, you know?
Not if one turned off the electricity.
Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape.
Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not.
This is a real puzzler, alright. Need to give it some more thought.
She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. The basket was empty in the other recreation.
Oh, yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took, too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier.
Oh?
That basket's for holding Isaiah's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. Looks like I've investigated everything. Unless there's more to see in the other version.
Alright, you want me to change the recreation to yesterday's stage teardown? Here you go.
Oof.
This is how things looked when they were tearing down stage.
This door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try.
No, if we deem it necessary, we will simply ask for the key.
Spoiled sport, that could have been my chance to shine.
You're free to shine somewhere else, but you will not make an audience out of me.
Can you...
Work your basket, or rather a cart, given the wheels.
Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race down a hill? Well, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs.
Where did any of that come from? Maybe nothing new to look at here. I could look back over here. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. I'm quite certain. I suppose we need to do the logic. Oh, it's pink. Let's see. Items around the well. Elephant. Metal detectors. Wait. Find this. I think it might be in the well. No. You don't want to do that. That doesn't add up. Volleyball, what are you doing? Hello, my Princess Kitty. Goodbye, my Princess Kitty. Maybe you want this. And then we can get the other things later. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene could have something to do with all the items we found by the well. Taking another look at these items, could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's?
Sounds plausible enough. Maybe I could add it to the simulation?
Good idea. Please go ahead and ask Mr. Saint for the details.
Roger that. I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it.
Excellent. Well, how does it work?
He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope, and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys, and was tied around his body.
I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to?
He used a stake to stop it, that's how.
Miss Barry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake.
That's right. And to do it, he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then, when he gave it a sharp tug,
the stake was released, and the weight dropped down the well.
it's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Thief's repertoire.
May not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough.
Alright, practice it is then.
Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation?
Oh, right, then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now, to add in the data, Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now.
So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Contraption used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, and 2 lengths of rope to send Saint flying through the show, during the show.
Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius.
Indeed, but I would imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him, at the very least. Would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that.
Yeah, and probably a ton of practice.
Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. He made clever use of 2 ropes. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop.
This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop.
Yes, but why is it here?
But why is he here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kinda blank.
I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts.
That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this all must stop back. That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon.
It does. I'm not quite sure I see it myself.
Oh, too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big old albatross. And we'll see how you like it. A bird?
You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that.
Okay.
nothing new to say about you, so I suppose... Could you drop 1,000,000 apples in like a sack or something? That would explain a sweet scent as well. No! That doesn't add up. Better think again. It needs to be heavy, but I think pulleys like lower the amount of weight you need for that, I'm pretty sure. I don't know quite the details. Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you? No. You haven't noticed, Detective? Something strange about the weight we found. The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh, yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Sure, go find him. I guess I can't do that. Is that what? Now I'll go find them. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons. Roger that! The metal detector, if you would be so kind. Oh, jeez, I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So, before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. Simple enough, it uses sound and this gauge to tell you how close you are to something made metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, it even vibrates my controller, and that's fun. Just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want to look, sir. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Something over here. Sir, I'm picking something up over here. Let's take a little look-see, huh? Found these little guys in the grass. They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose? If someone were to swap his weights for the body... I count 4 altogether, sir. They would be more than heavy enough to send him flying. 4 plus the one we found. 5, 30, 35, 150. So somebody hid several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? And why over here? So there's a scary alligator. Yes, nice work, me. Eek. Alligator! That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh? What's the matter, Detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. What? How? Your shorts aren't responding to the weights we just found. No, sir, I'm sure this is something different, and I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone.
We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Well, then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately.
That's the name. Allie, the warden's favorite pet.
She wouldn't even look at the food warden the car brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her.
Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir.
Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights?
I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again?
Coming right up.
Look at it. Must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I think the idea here is that there was this rope by the body. I'm not sure what to point that out on necessarily. The pulley? The well? Couldn't this be related to the evidence somehow? Okay. Not like that. This piece of evidence reveals a contradiction in the scene of the crime.
Gonna need some specifics here, Mr. Edgeworth?
Gotta say, I don't get it either, sir.
Well, if you look here...
Come on, sir. You've gotta give us more than that.
Yes. This contraption. I'm not imagining things. It's missing something.
Yes, I know it's missing something. I tried to point it out. Where do you want me to point to it for? The rope? The other rope. There should be 2 ropes, so I should look at this rope. No, that's not what you want. Missing the rope. The 2 of them. 2 ropes. Do I need... this 2 ropes. This thing points out 2 ropes. On the pulleys, I guess, because that's where the ropes are meant to be. Attached to those. What are you talking about? I know the problem. Let me point to you. You're missing the rope. Rope that I have. I've seen it. I know where it is. How do I show you the rope? Oh, I can go up here.
Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though.
Is this what you want? You want me to put the fact that there should be a rope up here? I'm going to lose my mind. I know the problem. What do you want me to do to show it to you? The rope. The rope. The 2 of the ropes. 2 of them. 2 different ropes. What could you possibly want for me to display that there should be the 2 ropes? Designed for raising and lowering the bucket. Right, I should save after that in case having examined that is important in some way. And I have to reload again because I'm going to lose my mind. I know the problem. I know the problem. Look at the rope. There should be another rope. The 2 ropes. 2 ropes. Maybe if I look at things. Pulleys. Pulleys for looking. You know what the pulleys are for. Rope was used in Mr. Saint's trick. And this rope was used in Mr. Saint's trick during the show.
That's one heck of a setup to pull off with a single length of rope. Simeon's more capable than he looks.
Just one piece of rope. Seems we have a contradiction on our hands. Is this what you want me to use? The rope on? Is that what you want? I thought I tried to do that. Look at this rope. There should be 2 of them. That is, that you should look at the fact. Maybe I did it wrong. I tried pointing that out like 4 times. Whatever. Think about the 2 recreations. The one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us.
So what happened?
Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that.
Really?
What shows us where the missing rope went?
Take that!
This rope was found beside Knight's body.
Wait, you mean...
Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick.
So you're saying...
Yes, this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else.
What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here!
Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that, and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was...
Take that!
It can only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well.
What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight?
Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden.
So that no one would realize he'd been replaced with the body.
Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop Knight's blood from going everywhere?
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it. Ooh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all come together now. Love it.
But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer.
No, not quite.
But what about what Judge Gabella said yesterday?
But if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime?
That's true.
Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show.
Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away.
That was the killer's goal, to make us think the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Barry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together?
It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think we finished at around midnight.
In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out of the body after that point. Mr. Saint's trick data update. The weights were replaced with the body. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Canis isn't the killer. I believe that's all to look at. Let's see. Elephant, apples, left dangling inside the well the night before the incident. Gone by the next morning. Okay, hidden in the apples. No! It's not quite right. There shouldn't be anything new to look at. Change to the other. New things to think about here. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. Why is it up like it could be? Pulley and a rope. I suppose the two do tend to go together.
You sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other.
Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. So rude. This is the rope that was hanging down the well.
There's no pinata at the end of it. Definitely no bucket.
Do try to be serious, okay?
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. So cut it out with that stare of yours.
Actually, she may be onto something. You might have to consider what could have really been attached to the end of the rope. Okay, this is something I was meant to look at earlier, but I forgot I could move the camera up and down. I suppose the only apples and elephant. Okay. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah.
Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show.
And we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved somewhere within Isaiah's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, Kay.
Will do. I'll add that into the simulation of the performance then. Updating based on what Regina told us now. There, all done.
Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant.
To hold Isaiah's apples, right? Yep, it was full of them the day before the show.
So they vanished overnight.
Oh, did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth?
Quite possibly. Door appears to be locked. Seems to be the same dialogue. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance, and we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body at around the same time.
Hard to chalk that up to coincidence, huh?
And the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean
Somebody needed to open it. Now, let's see what's... Oh, great, it's locked. Let me ask the guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard!
Yes, miss, what can I do for you? That was fast. Guard, where's the key for the store?
Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it.
Warden the guard is the only one with the key. I mean, if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow.
Thanks for the help.
Look at all these breakers. They must control electricity for the whole prison.
So, we're thinking someone got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do?
Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches.
Did they turn off the power to something?
And to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? Camera.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage.
Oh, yeah, there was. So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to?
Seems very likely.
Do you think it was the killer?
It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them,
It would.
which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. Couldn't be, could it? Well, located in the power room just off the prison yard where they tampered with the night before the body was found.
Alright, little thief. Your work here is done.
Yay.
First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm.
Good morning, Mr. Winner.
What? You, how did you get here before me? We've been here for a while.
Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. See, you've made an early start. And I see you've made a late one, Judge Gabelle. This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney.
Associate, more like asinine.
We'll see about that. Eustace, let's begin the investigation of the yard.
Okay, I'll go get some officers to help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in the process.
Won, but I'm supposed to be the winner.
Your Honor, I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday in order to thoroughly disprove it. I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, your badge is in my hands. How could I forget? You told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you'd care to try a different threat.
Overruled!
You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence. Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the Goddess of Justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Judge Bell's theory. My theory remains the same as when I related it to you yesterday. Mr. Carcereto did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could have only been dropped down the well during the show. We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint. That's still your assertion? And you can prove it, of course?
Of course she can. Who do you think you're up against?
What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival. She really is a very busy woman, busy looking after baby Winner. The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Okay. Time of death between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 27th. Instant death from stab wound to the neck. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. Hello, Alibal. Judge Goffel hasn't investigated in the yard yet, which means... fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that, but do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might.
Hello. Soft kitty. So fluffy.
Hold it!
There's a bird up there.
That theory being that Mr. Saint was the killer, you're certainly clinging to it rather stubbornly. And you are certainly clinging rather stubbornly to the idea that Mr. Saint wasn't the killer. Do you have any conclusive evidence that he wasn't? Any idea who the real killer might be? I'd like to see what evidence you yourself have first. I am an emissary of the Goddess of Justice. My words are her words. But her words are wasted on you, I see. You would challenge me if I said the sky was blue. Is this a court or a cult? If you truly mean to refute the word of the divine, then come, show me your evidence. Mr. Carcereto did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that Mr. Carcereto simply failed to notice the body? Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have been through the secret passage, have you not?
Whoa, how would you know?
I noticed mud on you yesterday. On that charming key in your hair, to be precise.
That's incredible! You could be a great thief with eyes like that.
Answer me truthfully, in the name of the goddess. Would you or would you not have noticed a body had one been present?
Well, I guess I would have.
There you have it. Mr. Carcereto did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show.
Hold it!
Could you talk us through your reasoning on that a little more? The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed the keys from Mr. Carcerato. More specifically, the key to his cell. Mr. Knight then used the key to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Carcerato crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet.
Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Carcerato smelled that sweet smell, so Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already.
No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Carcerato had crawled through it. Mr. Carcerato used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended, from which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show. Yes, and who the culprit must be. We both know that the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it? I understand that Miss Barry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who were not have plausible alibis. What about the guards? They too were watching the show, as was the warden. How can you be so sure a guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed? None of the guards left their posts during the show. I have checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them. She's thorough, I'll give her that. Are you finally ready to accept the truth? That the killer could only have been Simeon Saint? Judge Gavelle hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet, which means we've got the advantage for a change. We should review the evidence we gathered during our investigation of the yard. I'm quite certain that what we need is the trick here. I'm just not sure what statement I need to use it on. Correct. I guess that, because it was in the well, but it wasn't down the well.
Objection!
Not that. Would you care to revise your testimony at all, Judge Gavelle? No, why? Do you believe there is something wrong with it? Well, no, nothing seems out of place. And perhaps you could refrain from insinuating otherwise? Well, that blew up in my face. Perhaps the fact that it was done late in the night would help imply another person.
Objection!
This one, okay. Oh. Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant. I do. Just before he was to be absent for some time. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope tied around himself. Dropping the weighted end down the well allowed him to complete this trick.
Objection!
Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on the stage?
Hold it!
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. This was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
You were saying that Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right?
then who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of a body, Even you must see how this looks.
Objection!
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavelle theorized, without these extra steps. Miss Berry.
Yes.
Does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works?
Let's see. We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform. So I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows.
And there you have it.
Overruled!
Interesting. You've certainly been diligent in your investigation.
And yet, I fail to comprehend your actions still.
Why do you not work to do what is right?
Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so?
How can you not grasp even that? How can you not see you're doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book.
I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear.
Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer.
My Saint is the suspect.
If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell, but why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus.
But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else.
It may be plausible.
Is that noise being picked up? Unclear.
But it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape.
Ugh. I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge. Well, I see.
Hold it!
You seem to think that Mr. Knight was killed here in the yard. When do you think he was brought here?
Sometime between midnight and 8 a.m. the day of the show. It could only have been during that time.
In other words, between the end of rehearsal and the start of the performance.
As I was saying, the body was moved from the yard to the workshop. Then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell.
Hold it!
Was there really no other way he could have come here?
Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed.
And presumably, none of your witnesses have testified to having seen such a thing.
Precisely. Praise be to the goddess of justice for granting you this insight. So, as you agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint.
Hold it!
You're certain nobody else had the opportunity?
Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it!
But Mr. Saint was under that same scrutiny, was he not?
Overruled!
The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe, under the supervision of Miss Barry, he is the only person who is free to wander where he willed.
Objection!
It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor.
Overruled!
Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well, then recall this fact, if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. There was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison. A time when it would have been impossible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period of time in which the oversight was limited? That's to prove how one would have done it. This is to prove that it was done.
Take that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity.
Which opportunity are we talking about again?
We'd previously established that the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours. And from this, we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected.
Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap?
That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this.
Take that!
Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been opened around the time of the murder.
What the?
Such a shame to see one so capable fall so short of the mark.
Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing.
And how does he explain the lock on the power room door? Oh yeah, it was kinda locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key.
Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure. So I very much doubt anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
That's also why the bell was on the chisel, because she got the evidence, so I don't know why she would have attached it. To pressure the guy, maybe?
Objection!
No, but one person could have.
I beg your pardon?
That person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that! The breaker to the electric fence is there! The breaker to the electric fence is in there! They would be questions in an instant.
There's only one person who meets these criteria. I can hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was... There she is. Why are you in my thing? You rarely hear.
Take that!
The real culprit is... Hello, dog. Yes, good job. Warden the guard.
Oh, just look at you! How do you think you just put you?
He's not just a pretty face. Missile also has quite the nose for sweet things. Seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed. It's coming from you.
Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume.
And perhaps it is the sweet stench of death.
You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better,
and I was thinking you were calling moi the killer. That is precisely what I'm calling you.
What?
Warden the guard is the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Do you realize what you're saying?
such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we?
And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not. Though I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points. We must trust in the evidence. Moving, sitting more comfortably. This piece of evidence proves that Warden the Guard is the killer.
Take that!
This proves that you are the killer. We're not there yet, I guess.
Darling, please, that's your damning evidence. It's nothing to do with me whatsoever, and you know it.
Looks like that wasn't it. I also smelled something on Warden the Guard just now. Whatever it was could be the key to this case.
You're a hoot, Mr. Edgeworth. Really you are, but can we dispense with the jokes now?
This is no joke, Warden. You are the killer.
Really? Oh, could you at least try to present some plausible evidence?
Okay, they want the sweet smell, I guess. Nothing else indicates that.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser.
The police dog.
We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent. It's coming from you.
Oh, darling. You're precious, really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in his place.
It seems Judge Gravel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself.
Do you believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. After all, she had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, you might be able to brush it off as coincidence. However,
indeed, and it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself.
is how it should words. We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end.
You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing?
I didn't do it.
Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there. But how am I supposed to remove the body, especially as I never went into the prison? I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find a record anywhere of me having ever entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could be the killer. Give me a break. Missile doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone and just come clean. Oh dear. I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, Go ahead and check the records.
She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, stop being a big silly. You've made a boo-boo and you know it.
Hold it!
Judge Gavelle told you everything. Are you close?
Thick as thieves, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous?
Jealous of what?
I had to ask Gordon the guard for a lot of information on the first day of our investigation. It seemed only right that I should share some information in return. Oh, Verity, do you have to make it sound so awfully dry? I thought we had a lovely chat.
I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It's the least I could do. I'm not sure what's going on, but these two are terrifyingly formidable together.
The victim died in his cell.
So by your logic, I would have had to have killed him there.
Hold it!
The murder took place in his cell. You seem very happy to accept that.
And why shouldn't I be? Seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. Besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell.
Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Prosecutor. Though I needn't tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary.
What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. But how am I supposed to have moved the body, especially as I never went into the prison?
Hold it!
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison?
Please, darling, let me finish. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began.
Hold it!
So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual?
No, I can't say that I did.
And you didn't notice anything missing?
I must confess I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down, and it's lost forever. A curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It's gone. Poof, just like that. What? And she still has a job? Honestly, if someone came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed.
It seems like we need more than the power room key to expose her.
On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I'd misplaced. If I had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Check if you like, you won't find a record anywhere of me having entered or left the prison proper.
Hold it!
Or maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison. What if you took another route?
Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean that awful, filthy tunnel they discovered? Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed.
No, you had another way in. I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location. It's right here.
Take that!
Through the fence?
Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way through the fence, then you would have been able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel.
A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence? The extremely high fence topped with razor wire with thousands of volts of electricity going through it. Yeah, how is she supposed to have gotten through that?
The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room, and only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it.
Overruled!
Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden the guard was on the detention center side. How would she have even reached the power room?
Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, Clever Puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now.
If there's no record of Warden the guard having entered the prison proper, then the idea that she could have shut off the fence by using the breaker is out of the question. There must be some way she could have done it.
Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything.
But if I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this.
Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah?
No matter how you look at it, Warden the guard couldn't have done it alone.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find it...
You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. Now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence. Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker? She couldn't have done it alone. What if she wasn't alone?
Ooh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo.
I believe that Warden the guard had an accomplice.
Overruled.
Enough. You disappoint me, Edgeworth.
What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong.
The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets.
The ones that raise the alarm if people go where they're not supposed to.
I see that you have realized your error. And we are, of course, within the prison grounds, where not only are the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Corsorato's escape. The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, so our accomplice must be human.
Overruled.
And who did it? Given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard.
Objection.
I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. Fact is, there is one person. Someone whose movements weren't restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that free roaming person was.
Take that.
This is one of the prisoner's bracelets. Indeed, a broken bracelet belonged to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank saw it. Warden the guard's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while.
That is pretty funky. I don't mean it in a good way.
It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although, you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Bodhidharma Canis, for example.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth? That is pure speculation.
Objection.
In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Solid himself? I'm confident that he will confirm for us that he and Warden the Guard were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. recalled there were two big obstacles in her path. First, the security camera outside Knight's cell. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. She was able to remove both the obstacles in one fell swoop, by having Mr. Sawet shut off the corresponding breakers.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun.
And you still deny it, Warden Lagarde.
No, darling, you've got me. I admit it. Oh, Warden, tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie, help me do it. No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. You got her.
Something's not quite right. She's admitting to something, but not the murder itself, I'm sure. I ain't shooting, cowboy. She won't be wriggling out of this now.
As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums, no, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt your precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now. She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved. Oh gosh, alright. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said. Who's he? Bloody Harma Canis, that awful assassin.
Canis.
How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing. I would recommend that if you take care in how you treat me, I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for.
Everything? Wait, is that how he became the fixer?
Yes, darling, I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear, sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly? Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. Then I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each one of them spritzed with a little of my perfume.
So that's what the sweet smell was.
Yes, it was a signal for Canis' dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. I had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course.
And have been easy keeping him from finding out.
Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule, meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis' dog, poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm. There was no risk of him raising the alarm either.
She has oversight over everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail.
Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work is done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The Goddess of Justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been the most dreadful fool. I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. So, Frankie, bless his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. There was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard.
So that's the secret behind the fixer's system. And why she was...
The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've called the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over.
Exactly, I was trying to track down those horrible hench people of his.
Spooky.
I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every move and intercepted every letter he wrote.
His letters, and I suppose she must know about his correspondence chess games too.
But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth,
the words of Warden Lagarde's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer? Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more to uncover? More about her to uncover?
Definitely more.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree.
So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has?
Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called fixer's delivery route. I believe she used the same route to move Knight's body.
Then where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde uses to signal a delivery. What do you make of that?
Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now, the whole well probably smells of it. Some of it must have just rubbed off on his body. That does match the statement that Mr. Carcereto provided.
The smell. Yeah, it smelled kind of nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know. It smelled sort of like dessert, I guess.
His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court. No, what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
What can I do? Is this as far as we go?
Finally, so we're actually done. Yes, Eustace, it seems that we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned.
Oh.
Who was that? Oops.
My wires. Come on, Judge G. Things are just getting good. Fender.
Are you objecting to my adjourning this session?
Oh, no. What a shattered objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn, don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat.
What are you doing, Mr. Fender?
Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Let's just all take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square of chocolatey goodness. Anyone? That's an odd wrapper for a chocolate.
Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court?
We're not in court. No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. As Simeon Saint's lawyer, that is.
Ah, yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender.
How could you? You're killing me here.
Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything this whole time.
Right, you are. Which is why I figured it's time to put in some work.
Work, you say? Somehow, I don't believe you've worked a day in your life.
Let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if I question the witness?
Now, amusing, but what is there left to ask?
I've got a feeling in my funny bone that Fief's here has something more to tell us about the killer.
Do I?
Yes, indeed. See, as a majority player on Team Simeon, I can spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans, we're all ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing?
He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go through all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis.
She did? No way!
If he was convicted of committing murder here, that could have been grounds for transfer to another prison. Most likely, a more secure facility.
And where he'd be out of her hair forever, huh?
Precisely. She saw an opportunity and seized it.
No. Sid can't not be the killer. That's not fair! I was all ready to prosecute him.
I know, right? But maybe we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah?
Nice. Now Mr. Winner has to go along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further? Of course. How could I refuse the silver-tongued devil?
Eddykins, you have such a way with words. Just doing my job.
Besides, one can't tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? Simply dying to tell all. Verity, darling. Do say you'll let me? As you wish. Court is adjourned. I can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender.
Me either. Thank you for the timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests. Am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves. Cool lawyer chat there. And we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles Smiles. Miles McSmiles. Show them that never rest spirit. I shall.
Fabulous. Then let's get started.
My truth.
I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. Whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death. And then he had his dog dispose of the body. It simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes. I did him the most terrible disservice.
Yes, you killed him.
I suppose you could put it that way. If I weren't such a sorry excuse for a warden, this never would have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit.
I'm certain that Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight.
Anyone could have done it, but that dreadful man.
Hold it!
You seem very confident in your assertion. Why is that?
Because all the other children in my little home are absolute sweethearts. They have faith in themselves and in one another. They have faith in the guards, in me. And they work hard every day to better themselves. None of them would dare commit murder.
It's a very touching reason indeed. I don't believe a word of it.
Canis. Oh, he's rotten to the core. He's the only one who would do something like this, like that. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim.
Hold it!
Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at opposite ends of the facility? Oh, my throat's getting tired. I really hope this is done soon. I don't want to stop here. It does seem like it's almost done, but...
Prisons aren't as big as they seem, you know.
All kinds of awful things can happen. Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time.
And you don't know Canis, my dear. He'd find a way, I'm sure of it. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type.
Hold it!
How could he take a disliking to someone all the way over in the holding cells?
I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course. Why is she looking at me like that? So noble, so dashing in that marvelous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can. Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth.
I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught. Do not care for people being interested in you.
Whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed that poor man to death.
Hold it!
What more can you tell us about these sordid details?
Well, we all know what Canis did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think? Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in, anyway.
They must make some sort of report for the warden when new prisoners are admitted. You seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight.
It's because I didn't, sweetie.
And the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more.
I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chest set, don't you?
Awful grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. See, thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course, we can talk about them some more. I expect Canis used the chisel that was hidden in that chest set, don't you?
Hold it!
And which chest set would that happen to be, precisely?
Why, the one the victim brought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was a certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe. The naughty boy stuck a chisel inside it. Can you imagine?
How does she know about the chisel in the chess set? Only a few people were supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to certain deductions we made. So, how did she find out?
Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even a chisel could serve as a deadly weapon.
have been easy work for that vile assassin.
Hold it!
You seem to have very strong feelings about Mr. Canis.
Well, of course I do. I told you what he said to me, and what an absolute menace he was to interrogate. If he could slither out of anything, a snake.
He sounds tough as a rock.
And that infuriating, self-satisfied look on his face when they took him back to his cell. Ah, my blood boils just thinking about it.
Certainly don't blame her on that count.
And he had his dog dispose of the body. It simply has to be what happened.
Hold it!
Surely you're not suggesting that the dog threw the body down the well?
I told you already, darling, Canis has more dogs than that beastly creature. Remember? He has pets on the outside, too.
I mean, he brought someone in from outside the prison to help him commit the crime.
Of course not silly. How would they have made it through security? But he's a so-called fixer, no? Exercise that fabulous brain of yours a little. How hard would it be for him to recruit a dog on the inside? Or even plant one?
Interesting. And does this dog have a name?
Well, if I knew that, my life would be so much easier now, wouldn't it? Anyway, it was just a little thought. You can ponder it in your own sweet time, darling.
She's a slippery one. I'm not going to be able to catch her with this line of questioning, it seems. Warden Lagarde's testimony is little more than a house of cards. Just need to push her on the right statement to bring it all tumbling down. The fact that it was hidden?
Objection!
Not that. Make of it? No. What do you make of it, Mr. Edgeworth? Because I think we're probably on the same page here.
Are we? In what way?
And that we both know you're just wasting my time.
I can admit it, I messed up.
Okay. Maybe we say the fact that they didn't find anything? Unless not the chest set itself. But they already looked, they couldn't find it. You don't know. You don't know.
Objection!
Afraid there's okay. Not bad. What? You can tell.
Gladly. You see this evidence here?
This looks good kill. Okay. I know you need me to point out that she shouldn't know that it was hidden in there. Right? How does one do that? Autopsy report? Not helpful. Chisel wasn't helpful. Do you want the chest set itself?
Objection!
Yes. That's dumb.
Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests.
Mr. Edgeworth, please call me Fifi or Sweetie Pie if you prefer. However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance. Aren't you just the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed. We're all family here. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't let her get inside your head.
You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight. In which case, I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel.
Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it with him when he arrived.
I mean, of course, that when Mr. Saint came in,
Objection!
You checked him. I find that hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Gavelle, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment in the chess set?
I did not.
If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden the Guard? Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival.
Indeed. Such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found yet let through.
Precisely. So, Warden the Guard, and answer truthfully this time, where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you...
Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright? I questioned Knight. That was what I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise.
Stop kissing your weasel on the lips.
Very well. Go ahead, Warden the Guard, and please, tell the truth this time.
Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her.
Truth part 2. I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand. I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home. Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate.
So it was simply a conversation with a new detainee? That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you'd understand.
Objection!
But I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement?
Suppose we shall see, won't we? Mr. Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
So am I right in assuming that you talked to Knight the night before the show?
Exactly, darling. It would have been, around 3 a.m. on the 27th.
3 a.m. That falls squarely within the window of time laid out in the autopsy report. But why would... That seems rather late for a friendly chat. Wouldn't he have been asleep? Wouldn't you have been asleep?
Normally, yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in his cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. These things take time, sweetie. I assure you, he was wide awake.
We all were. Regardless, I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour.
Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had him brought to me, and that's what happened. Must you really insist on questioning every last thing I say?
Sorry, Thieves. He's like a dog with a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. So, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like where you had him brought to?
My office, of course. Where else?
Our office, which is where we believe the body was moved from. Would you mind appending what you just said to your testimony?
Anything for you, darling. It's around 3 a.m. the night before the show. I had them bring him to my office.
Hold it!
Remind me where your office is?
You've seen the sign in the detention center corridor, I imagine? The one that says no entry. That's it, sweetie. My office is just in there. A short walk from the holding cells.
I understand that you also have access to the yard.
Of course, that's where my gorgeous little garden is.
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
You're saying that's how I moved the body.
You have the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible.
Overruled!
Hardly impossible proves nothing. You have no evidence for this assertion.
Objection!
There's no other way that the body could have been moved.
Overruled!
Surely you haven't forgotten that it was Mr. Saint who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well? Yeah, what she said, you're miles off, Edgeworth.
I probably shouldn't push this any further for now.
I make a point of talking to every newcomer to our little home.
Hold it!
What did you and Knight speak about?
Oh, nothing much, just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animals he liked, what his hobbies were.
His hobbies? I imagine you talked about chess.
Oh, yes, I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least I think that's what they were about.
So she's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram.
Knight was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him?
Oh, he was so open and honest, darling. What? That guy, honest. He was talking about one croissant and promoting a prawn. I suppose he must have been hungry.
And passant and promoting a pawn. Seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess.
And after we talked, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today.
You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? But what would my motive have been, darling? I told you I barely knew him.
I'm no angel. I had my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal. She really does hate Canis. Warden the guard, I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony.
No, Angel, I had my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
Hold it!
You say that you bear a grudge against only Mr. Canis. Is that correct?
No, I despise him. Coming to my prison thinking he'd do whatever he wants. But he won't get away with it. I'll clip his wicked wings if it's the last thing I do. And that awful dog of his, it's a menace. Completely upended the peace and quiet of my home.
She even hates his dog. It does seem at first glance that she didn't have much of a motive to kill Knight. She hates Canis so much, she probably hates anyone who has anything to do with him. Thinking about it from that angle, the key to breaking her testimony will surely reveal itself.
She likes to get to know all the peeps, huh? Pretty chummy prison warden, if you ask me.
Chummy, she killed the man detective. Poor guy would have been cuffs, not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Warden the guard was the murderer. The evidence points to that conclusion and no other.
Maybe now we can press this point a little further, because we were stopped, and he said we'd get back to it.
Hold it!
now that we have that other thing. And where your office is, it's in the detention center, you got the sign. There's also a garden. Hardly impossible. No other way to move. Let's just say to... Shouldn't push this any further for now. Had nothing to do with them. Okay, and I suppose we'll correspondence chess.
Objection!
Judge Gavel, I'd like you to take a look at this. Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. You didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too. What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. Imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, imagine you feel that doing so is your only option.
She wants to find out who his cronies are, right?
Personally interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. And as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were.
And so what if I did?
You also told us you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then, who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men. And it seems that you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman sent to kill you. Which is the real reason she had that chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would. And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. But there, inside his chess set, you found a hidden chisel. The murder weapon itself. As far as you were concerned, that chisel meant one thing: Canis. Thus you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please. Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Warden? It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you? I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly. Me? Please, darling, I understand it all perfectly well. Thank you very much. And I understand that there's a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this. Your Honor, the verdict.
Overruled.
I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say. What? It's all Verity. I just have one last thing to say. Then Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner. You rang? Oh, not you. Does anybody remember a certain autopsy report? Of course, we received the finalized version only this morning. That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if no one else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. I don't need this, Mr. Edgeworth. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? No. Forgive me, O goddess. I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake. Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water. What now, Edgeworth.
What do we do? It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through. Right, sir? Looks to me like Miles Tron's out of commission. You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you. Look, detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. But without evidence, we're up a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road.
We can't give up now. We have to do something.
I'm certain that Warden Lagarde is the killer. It's the only explanation that fits the facts of the case. And if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there in this facility? Seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Ah, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence.
Overruled.
Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender?
No, not me, no. I tried, Miles. Any bright ideas?
What is the real murder weapon, since it's clearly not the chisel? Confound it, this question throws everything we've deduced out the window. Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties. I think it's the knife. If she was gathering the evidence, the knife was on the bell was on the knife. The bell is now on the chisel. I don't think they would have separated them. You've separated them. It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it,
You can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some.
okay.
Gee, Miles, your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you were just like him, right? If there's any way to force the turnabout here, you're the one who will find it. Simeon's counting on you.
Judge Gavell, you seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor and relieve you of your badge for good. He's right. I've put forward a number of theories that proved to be flawed in one way or another. I made some sort of fundamental oversight. Wait, she said my theories were misguided. I can just say, the court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby...
Sir! Mr. Edgeworth!
give my verdict. That's it. I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. The defendant seems insane. I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor. I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed.
What?
I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog Helmut, the fact that he wasn't at the show, these and other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first. This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our reported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel is the murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest. What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Hold it!
Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think?
The Mr. Canis is the killer.
And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us.
Oh, Mr. Canis used a bunch of chisels, so she wanted us to think it was one of his, right?
Indeed. That was her plan right from the start. To frame Bodhidharma Canis.
Your reasoning would appear to be sound.
Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor a deep and abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer. I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist. If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom.
Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I can still prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here, inside this prison. This would have made sure of that.
The security gates.
I'm glad you at least remembered what it is. Do you remember what it does?
Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal. Which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison, or take it out. Oh.
Precisely. If there's another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises. I don't know, that wall doesn't look that high. They're definitely saying that it was fed to the alligator, but also, you could throw something over that wall. But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right back where we began. Judge Gravel, what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here. Alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison inside a pocket chess set. But our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the real weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in. Yes, the question of the hour is this. Can you show me this alternate route? How did the weapon Warden Lagarde use? How did the weapon Warden Lagarde use to get into a prison? You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation. Is that correct?
Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related. Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled this secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me.
Of course, that's how. The fact that this is here with us shows how a bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well.
Take that!
Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence.
Just two.
Two and only two. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me.
So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence Warden Lagarde borrowed from the police.
What?
Mr. Canis' knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it.
The bell was attached to the chisel.
Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel.
But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it.
Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon, and then attached the bell to it. In so doing, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person to whom it had been entrusted.
Who was it, sir? Who's been messing with the evidence? Been paying attention?
I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden Lagarde?
The bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up.
Objection!
Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. These particular bells are unique, because there are only two of them in existence.
What?
By attaching that bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer.
But you don't have any proof that the knife was ever even here to begin with.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet, anyway. I mean, if it was ever, you could call up whoever you borrowed it from. Ask them about that, but whatever. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away.
But if you do find something, it's going to make things awkward for me.
This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, but you know.
It's a worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it.
Now it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it.
You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it.
Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence.
Goddess of Justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims. Our work here is done. The rest of this matter will have to be settled in the courtroom. No. If we give Lagarde the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down. I've got to put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an associate attorney with a client to defend. Only I can save Mr. Saint. And that means... even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor. This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got it. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. Not at all.
If I did not know better, I would say you were bluffing.
You wounded me, Your Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. This is terrible for my heart.
There's no way you could... It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon?
Think, Miles, think. Somewhere, not even the police would search. A blind spot in this zoo. A hiding place that the warden could be absolutely sure of. Hiding place, no.
If you insist.
Come on, Helmut, open up. Did she use the same trick? That's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be?
Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting?
There's the faintest possibility I'm right. But if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden.
Take that!
Here, in the yard.
Indeed.
I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more?
Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden?
Take that!
Of course. That's what it must have been.
Uh-huh.
What's the matter, Detective?
It's the metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator. What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel.
Didn't we just figure out that it isn't the murder weapon?
You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there.
What? No way!
We detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Cavell, we need to know what's inside that alligator.
Understood.
And we would need to summon a veterinarian.
I'm sure I could get the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try.
Please, by all means. I sort of forgot you were here. Warden the guard. The real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess?
I have nothing to confess.
As you wish, and you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed.
Sir, we got it. This has to be it.
It's over, Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was Bodhidharma Canis' knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight.
I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis' doing. I did the right thing. Knight was the threat. He was Canis' lapdog. Curse that despicable man, Canis. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher. That awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him. Yeah.
Oh, goodbye. Normal. March 29th, 12:34 p.m., Detention Center Corridor. Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The test results have just come back. Thwinner? I guess when you've been under a lot of stress. I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Canis' knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory. Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you'd like. Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage.
Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done.
What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I? We've yet to confirm whether or not Knight was really working, and whether or not Knight really was working for Canis. It will be vital to know if Warden Lagarde was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. There's Clueless, and then there's you.
Well, I guess we'd better get back to our investigation.
All right, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action. Yes, sir, I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work. It's winning time. All right. How old is he? I think ages usually pop up. Where is he? There he is. 17, alright. That seems a little young to be here, but okay.
I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered.
But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place.
The truth is not always important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth.
In the eyes of both society and the law.
How can you even say that?
You do not have to believe me. However, as a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obliged to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe.
We are all free to believe as we choose,
but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences.
What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his... I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Judge Cavell's right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Oh, hey, you.
Simeon, you're out!
Hi, Regina.
Is everything alright? They did let you out, right?
Yeah, but I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go and that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank.
You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is.
Oh, wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth. No, stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug out from under me now.
Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. So say thanks already.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you.
And a great big Regina berry thank you from me too.
Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose.
My cup is empty. Hopefully. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney?
Sure. Not actually an attorney, though.
I thought Bronco was my friend. My best friend. I trusted him, but now...
But now?
Well, it's just that I never knew. I never would have believed that he could hate somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he?
That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you.
No, he didn't. If he had, if he'd just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let go of all that stuff.
Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him.
I suppose it'd be the chessboard.
Take that!
It's the chess set I brought for him.
Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape.
What? You mean he was using me?
No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess.
Stop. Hiccups, why? Oh. Bronco, why didn't you tell me?
At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow.
That's not as complimentary as you think it is.
I will try. I have to for Bronco. I have to show him I can become the best animal trainer out there.
That's the spirit.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. The one, the only, the very big circus is back. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right! The Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Sounds great. doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go.
Well, don't think about it.
Alright, Simeon. We've got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please.
Another satisfied customer. Oh, that really was something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag.
I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate the case in the first place.
Oh, stop it. Tap me on the back any harder and you're gonna make me blush. Or topple over.
Suppose it would be asking too much for you to take this seriously.
Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how's it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all.
To be an attorney.
Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing right there, or like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm fuzzy on the job.
That's good. Bittersweet. I'm not sure.
Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time?
Excuse me.
You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people.
Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth isn't about to switch sides.
Why not? Coming over to the defense, coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days.
Come on, Mr. Fender. You know it's not about that.
Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question.
No, you weren't. Heck, you were.
Looks like you got a mean defense team you're there yourself, Miles.
Fender, I am a prosecutor.
Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too.
I'm serious.
Well, I've said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting.
Following my father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing?
Tiny baby needs baby voice.
I'm going to become a defense attorney just like my dad.
That's a terrible voice. Oh well, it's one line. Oh, you have a face now.
An attorney, like my father. Me?
The end. Alright. So that was episode 2. Having a great time. But that is good for the day. Turnabout Legacy. But we're not doing that today. No items, cool. It is late. It's so late. It's 12:30. So late. Anyway, so that was episode 2. It was a good time. All's well. We'll be moving on to episode 3 on Friday. Wednesday is going to be Mario. I'm playing a Mario ROM hack. I've played it twice so far. It's having some difficulty last time, some frustrations, but I think that was mainly just the one level was not great. The rest of them have been fine. Hopefully it should be fine.
Can you not? Whatever. Those bots that show up. Whatever. Anyway. More Ace Attorney on Friday, but Mario on Wednesday. 7 a.m. like usual. That's all. Have a nice day. Goodbye.